That is unfortunate because I have been talking my ass off this whole time, but thank you for letting me know. I guess you could tell I've been talking, but not able to hear what I've been saying. That is unfortunate. I was just talking about bringing back the Star Valor Action Metal Wednesday, man. Of course, most of what I've been saying you've been seeing me do anyway, so it didn't really require a lot of narration. But I did mention the patch notes. If you're on Steam or Discord, you'll see added UI scaling up. It's a work in progress. It's not live yet. But he's adding a UI scaling option for the left panel over here, the fleet panel, and also the tutorial. And also for name labels as well. UI scaling for name labels. Inertial stabilizers and nullifiers are getting a little bit of an overhaul. The show and galaxy map for quests is getting revamped a wee bit. That's about it so far. It doesn't look like there's a beta for it. I may have just missed it. We shall see. But there hasn't been a beta patch note specifically since the launch in August. So the departure from early access, we haven't gotten the 2.0.6 in beta yet, but that should come soon. How is the audio balance out there? Voice, sound, music, is it all good enough sound and stuff? Oh yeah, I don't need to camp out by the station here anymore. In fact, one of the best places to camp out is there any, and I've often referred to this game as Diablo 2 in space. And I've played Diablo 1, don't get me wrong. This is way beyond Diablo 1. This is definitely Diablo 2 quality. In my opinion, that's a good thing. Alright, Legendary plus Rollo. Here comes 21% shielding and another 2 absorption. Let's see. Oh, it's God. Okay, so I'm apparently God tier at the audio balancing. Thank you. I appreciate. No, I'm kidding. I'm not a spelling fanatic. I don't care. You're fine. Loot have random modifiers with range like Diablo. So you're saying like rather than just having bad, good, better, best, legendary, you're thinking more along the lines of like unique, right? So rather than just being an upgraded version, will there be a chance for like, I think he's mentioned something about unique loot and gear. I don't know if it will be quite as complex and robust as Diablo 2. I think one of the substitutes we got for having that kind of, because Diablo, I mean, they've got the rare and the unique. You know, you've got the yellow label equipment that's like, it's got some nice bonuses on it, right? Better than just your sharp or fine quality that does a little more damage, maybe a little faster, maybe a little more durable, that kind of thing. But then you've got the yellow label, which will have like, oh, it does fire damage, or it's a weapon, but for some reason it does, you know, fire damage with the weapon, or it swings faster, or it adds to your light radius. Even though it's a ring that you wear on your finger, it does like 10 different things. But then Then there's the dark yellow, gold, whatever color it shows up on your monitor 20 years ago, because we didn't have quite the technology we have today. But you have your uniques that will have even wilder bonuses. Like you might have a weapon that adds to your defense for whatever reason, or you might have a shield that, you know, makes you walk faster, and you're like, how does a shield make you walk faster? It's like, I don't know, it's fucking magic, bro. It just does. Like, when you start seeing, when you play enough Diablo 2 and you see a shield that adds to your walking speed, you're just kind of like, oh, that's not the weirdest thing I've seen. I mean, we've got a demon with, you know, we've got this 10-foot tall Goro-looking demon lady with completely topless with, you know, chains connecting her nipple rings, and she's got, you know, she's like some kind of cross between Goro and Kerrigan from StarCraft, you know. Mix your Mortal Kombat and your StarCraft up, and you get yourself a nice Andariel. So like every can get the same gear drop and up with time, so drops don't feel as good as you making stuff. I think that's kind of the trade-off. We don't get that robust kind of unique drop system where you have like, you know, set items and stuff like that, but you do get to make stuff, you know. Like the extent of the crafting system in Diablo 2 was the Herodric Cube and Charcy imbuing an item. And let's face it, Charcy imbuing an item, like what are the odds? How often did that ever give you something better than what you'd already found just getting to the Herodric Malus, you know? Oh, you found my hammer. It's like, bitch, this thing says Herodric. A, it ain't yours. B, you can't use it that well. I'm sorry, but that's reality check time. Like, there was so many corpses dropping better shit than what you can pound out with this hammer, and you're like, oh, you found my hammer. It's like, your hammer. That's your hammer, because, you know, they made this cube and they got this stick and this necklace. It turns into, you know what I'm talking about, the Herodric staff. You know, it's like, I found this stuff out in the desert, lady. Like, this other one was in a bug burrow way underground. This other one's in a temple that I know your ass would never go into. But that hammer's yours? That's your hammer. I don't call bullshit. Oh, that's what you make with that? I know what this stick does. I made the Staff of Kings. I put it in the slot. I fought the giant... Oh god, who is it? What is that slug's name? It's like the cockroach maggot from hell. When you get that stick in the right slot and the sun shines through it, because you beat the mage and figured out the right one of those tombs. Tal Rasha's tomb. I still play 2. Are you kidding me? I still play 2 to this day. I will jump in, if only for 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Duriel, yeah. I think it is Duriel, but he's blue in normal mode, and then I think they color change him when you beat it and you get to the next difficulties. Uh-oh, I gotta go. Did they just... They haven't beaten the station yet, but I think they're about to. No? Station straight? Oh yeah, because all the repair ships that aren't attacking me, they'll repair that station, watch. Like, you think that station's taking damage, that's an asteroid. That station's fine. And these ships are a lot more prone to attack the enemy fleets than they are me. Let's just let them do their thing. Again, that is an asteroid's health bar, not the station. You mean the official remastered? Yeah. Oh yeah. You goddamn better believe. Let's see, I think I've got Blizzard. Hang on, I gotta turn off my capture card real quick. I'm still here. I ain't going nowhere. Oh, now this fleet's screwed. I gotta crank my thing back up because I let my power run out. Or I accidentally clicked the wrong button, maybe. Let me just... I hope this doesn't crash the game. I don't think it will. We're still at 23 FPS, even though I just clicked off the game to open Battle.net. Go away. Go away. Stupid Charlotte. There, I'm gonna hide my screen name. Okay, I haven't played recently because it needs to update. But yes, Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's not gonna give me my hour count like Steam does, I guess. But I love me some. I love me some Diablo 2. Alright, Rollo's got his bonuses, his tier 7. He's about to get that tier 7 shield absorption. Oh yeah, I found me an orange pirate protector. I am digging on that. There it is, Rollo shield absorption. We're up to 67, which isn't amazing, but considering I'm just getting it mostly from passive bonuses and not an actual shield absorber, I guess it's still... Yeah, I still have never found a Stone of Jordan. I can't imagine what that would take. Duriel is probably, if you're playing a straight through playthrough, he's probably the toughest boss besides, fuck, who's the expansion boss? Not Mephisto. Is it? Wow, I'm just having the biggest brain farts right now. The expansion boss, the one with all the tentacles. Low-level duels are fun though, like, you know, the fundamentals will always be entertaining. It's not something you can play for a million hours. Bale, yes! I can see the cutscene of him riding up on his throne with this giant army, and that one dude's like, "You can't come in here!" Ooh, I pooped a little. Oh, stay outside the castle walls and stuff, and he's just like... They sent one guy out to tell me to fuck off? Like, at least get a couple of mages to do some flashy tricks or something, you know? Like, at least scare my bitches. But no, they sent one guy out with his little staff, and he's like, "You'd better not come over here." And they're just like, Bale's like, "I don't even need the army. It's just funnier to watch you crap your pants, because army." That's the only reason the army was there, was to increase the pants crapping. And it's so cold. It's so cold, the second you shit your pants, it just freezes. You know, it doesn't even make it all the way down your pant leg. It just freezes. So, like... if you're a demon overlord, you gotta bring the army just for the pants crapping. There's no reason for it. And he immediately proves that with the spitting out the demons and spirits. It's just like, what'd you bring an army for, Bale? Come on, you don't even need that. Like, my shield regen is 1320. Is the resolution not coming through very well? That should be. But yeah, 1,320 recharge. I've been giving a lot of my shield recharge to my fleet. Now I will say I've had problems with gunners firing at ships that glitch this way, where there's one stuck inside of another. It tends to mostly happen with dreadnoughts and a dreadnought and a cruiser in a large hunter fleet. When they warp in, there tends to always be, not always, often, there tends to often be a cruiser and a dreadnought stuck, which then causes my gunners to not really fire at them. And I think the reason that my gunners don't fire is because they're trying to, like, I would imagine, I'm assuming that a big part of their target priority is based on the enemy's distance from you. And if the enemies are overlapped that way, they're overlapped at both ships' complete center point, right? Like the middle of their ship, which is what everything judges distance based on. It's not the edge of the hitbox, it's the center point of the ship, right? Which is why when you put a dreadnought fleet at 20 distance while you're in a dreadnought, they have a tendency to just constantly bump into you and be in the way. Now, if you want them to be near you, you just kind of put up with that. But it's not like that distance is edge to edge, it's center point to center point. So when both ships' center points are perfectly aligned, your gunners are just like, we don't know which one to shoot at. It just seems to cause a little confusion. And I doubt it would even really be all that complicated to sort that out, but maybe it would just be easier to prevent them from overlapping in the first place. If that is indeed what's causing that, it seems like it might be easier to just have them overlap and to avoid overlapping in the first place. If you can prevent the overlap, then you don't have to change the target prioritization. But maybe it's a sign that that priority could just be changed anyway, or, you know, fix it to where if there's two, because even if you have two ships that aren't overlapped, if they happen to be at the exact same distance, it's such a short period of time that it probably doesn't matter. Like, your gunners might hesitate for a second, but no big deal. But when you've got a lot of ships, there's a good chance that some of them will be at the same distance, but will they be the closest? Maybe. Will it last very long? Probably not. Is it actually a problem? I don't know. I mean, any interruption seems like maybe it could be fixed. I guess it depends how hard is it to fix, how big of a problem is it really? Like, you know, the cost of repair versus the impact of not repair, right? You know, people are always weighing that, like, sure, I need to fix XYZ on my car, but, you know, is it a big deal? Is it going to cause bigger problems? Is it necessary? Is it causing, you know, is it causing my gas mileage to suffer? Is it damaging other parts of the car? You know, if I can't roll my window down all the way, do I really need to fix it if I can't afford to at the moment? What's the big deal, right? What's the harm? See, the problem with calling my escorts in is they'll kill the enemy fleet before it kills these guys, so I can't just hang out here. There's a good chance it'll actually allow that minor fleet to get to the station. Exactly. I started playing a game on emulator called Traffic Department, and then the year 2000 something or other, I don't remember, but it's an old game. It hasn't necessarily aged well. My first car was a 1994 Thunderbird V8, and I very much drove it into the ground. I blew the engine because that car saw more 4,000 RPM than it saw anything under 1,000. Oh no, I undocked and it pushed my own ship way far away. I'm trying to get that ship to dock. But I mean, I drove with a lead foot. I'm surprised it lasted as long as it did. But that 94 was an easy car to work on for the most part. The engine bay was pretty crowded. You know, I would have been better off with V6, but I bought it used from a friend of the family. It wasn't like I had options. Well, we could have shopped around for something that wasn't quite so fast, and my parents probably would have felt a lot better, but they didn't know I was fucking around under the hood at all. Nothing serious, you know, just slight modification to the intake tube so that it wasn't quite so restrictive. Didn't make the car a whole lot faster, but it improved that throttle response off the line, which is all I really cared about, and I enjoyed it. But that, you know, the fact that my parents were just like, if you fuck this car up, you know, it's on you. We're not just gonna fix it. We're not just gonna replace it. Like, so I had to, if I was gonna drive around with a lead foot, you know, it also meant putting money into tools and the Haynes manual, the Chilton manual. But yeah, I think that car was a little over $1,000, but it had some mileage on it. It had some mileage on it. It wasn't new. It was the early 2000s. So the car was almost a decade old. Or was it I don't remember exactly. Well, I do, but I'm just not getting specific. But yeah, I've pitched people, I'm like, if you like Diablo 2 and you like space games, Star Valor's the game for you. I'm just going to put that out there. You're going to like this game, I guarantee it. Fits like a new suit. But if you like the old EV games, you're going to enjoy this game as well. I mean, it's just that kind of game. Man, I got a story about a Ford Taurus. College roommates. I didn't graduate college, but I went a couple times. And one time I took my friends out to a popular restaurant, and a couple of the roommates went, and I went with one of the roommates because he was from out of town. He didn't know his way around, and I was like, "It's all right, man. I'll go with you. I'll help make sure you get there okay." And we're gonna meet up with some of my friends, and we're on the way back, and all of a sudden, every light on this guy's instrument cluster comes on at once. And the engine just starts like, like, it's not having a good day, right? Like, it's just, everything's going wrong all of a sudden. And he's just like, oh, well, we're like a mile away from the dorms, right? We're a mile away. And I'm like, get off the road now. Pull over now. Like, pull over on the side of the road. I don't care if you're sitting in a lane. There's no traffic. It's late at night. And he's just like, well, I'm going to pull into this parking lot. And I was like, whatever, just pull the fuck over now. Just do it, trust me. And he's like, are you sure we're just down the street from the dorms. Like, let's just I was like, bro, trust me. Like, just pull over now. Trust me, let me look at it. And we pull over. And just, steam's just coming up. And he's like, oh, damn. And it's just like, it's like when a car breaks down in the old movies and the steam just starts pouring out of the hood, like, immediately. And I was like, do not try to start this car. Just please trust me. I was like, I've worked on my car. I'm not a mechanic, but I've worked on my own car. You know, I've got enough information to know that you just need to leave this car off forever. Like, do not try to start this car at all. Like, call a tow truck, call your parents if you have to, whatever you gotta do, but this car do not start it, trust me. And he's just like, well, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? And I was like, I don't know exactly, just give me a minute, something bad happened, like, let's open up the hood, let's take a look, see what we've got. And I open up the hood, and of course it's just steam pouring out, And the first thing I noticed is that the belt is just all slack. And I was like, oh crap. I thought the belt snapped, but then I take the belt and take it out, and the belt's in one piece, and I was like, what the shit? So I look at I open up the oil cap, which was stupid, but it's bone dry. Like, the coolant tank, bone dry. Like, it's just all steam coming out, and I was just like, oh shit. Coolant tank's completely steam. Like, all the coolant is just nothing but steam. And I look at his belt diagram, and his fucking idler pulley fell off. It was tensioner pulley. Sorry, the tension pulley fell off. And it doesn't matter really which pulley falls off. If one of the pulleys falls off, it's a single serpentine belt. If one pulley falls off, everything stops. That's your alternator's no longer powering your engine, let alone recharging your battery. Your water pump is no longer pumping water, which means that it's not circulating, which means that it's just boiling all of your coolant. Your power steering is not going to function. Your AC is not going to function, but who gives a shit about your AC? Just everything. Everything's done, right? And he calls his dad, and his dad's just like, what's wrong with the car? And he just hands me the phone, and I was like, hi, this is your son's roommate. The tensioner pulley fell off. And he goes, oh, shit. He goes, I own a car dealership. I'll have a tow truck out there and have it to one of the local dealerships, and we'll get it looked at. And I was just like, don't worry, the engine didn't lock up. It didn't seize. But, like, obviously, like, I don't have to tell you don't start the car. And he goes, no, no, no. Like, maybe after it cooled down for a minute, you could use the car's power to drive it up onto the tow truck, but you gotta let the engine cool down for a while, like half hour, you know, for it to really cool down enough that you could start it without it seizing up. If you tried to drive that car back to the dorm, his engine block would have seized, the pistons would have seized inside the block, and it would have been a total loss. You would have needed a completely new engine, but luckily he just needed a new belt tensioner, and I don't even think the water pump was damaged. I think the dad said that because of the year of the car that it didn't cost them anything. They had the tensioner and whatever parts they needed on hand, and it was just like done deal, as opposed to a completely totaled engine. And it was really embarrassing for the guy when I met him in person when they came down for Parent Day. It was really embarrassing because he owns a car dealership, but his son doesn't know jack shit about cars. Just cannot wrap his head around cars. It was just like, the dad was so embarrassed. But I was just like, I couldn't believe it, because the guy told me his dad owned a dealership, and I was like, how do you not know to not drive that car when every light on the instrument cluster, every warning light comes on at the same time, and the engine, like, it's chugging, like it's like blah, 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 blah. I'm like, you don't keep driving, things start blasting out of the engine. You start throwing rods, pistons start cracking, fluids start boiling, and just everything starts falling apart. I was like, oh my god, bro, you just don't. And that's the one story I have about a Ford Taurus. But other than that, everyone I know who's ever had a Ford Taurus says it's one of the most amazing cars they've ever owned. Even its cousin car, the Mercury Sable, which is just the same thing with a different body and interior, but it's the same frame, engine, most of the components are the same. Heard nothing but good things about these cars. I worry about that guy so much. He's like, it's only a mile. I was like, dude, this is like, it's like having to walk a mile when you're bleeding. you don't walk. If you're bleeding profusely, the last thing you do is tax your engine. You're gonna bleed out long before you get where you're going. You're gonna pass out and die from blood loss. That's what was gonna happen to his car if he kept going. It was like, no, your car is gonna die. It's not gonna make it. You just need to stop and wait for help to arrive. Like that is option A, and there's no option B. Option B is critical failure. There's no praying for a miracle here. Your car's not gonna make it. This is one of those times where, you say, but I prayed for God to deliver me, and he's like, well, I sent the boat. I prayed for God to save me, and they're like, we sent the boat, we sent the helicopter, and God's like, what else did you want me to do? What were you waiting for? People say it all the time. They're like, people refuse help because they think God's gonna save them. It's like, how do you know I'm not the help God? How do you know I'm not God's answer to your prayer? I mean, God doesn't send somebody special. I don't think it's egotistical to say that I might be God's response to your prayer. God works in mysterious ways. I'm pretty fucking mysterious sometimes. What if I'm the answer? What if that's what you prayed for? Yeah, exactly. Just a flesh wound. Yeah, he was full Black Knight. He had gone full Black Knight. Like, come on, you pansy. He thinks I'm the pussy for like, no dude, pull over, your car's gonna die. I'm Chicken Little saying the sky is falling. I'm just some panicky asshole. My dad owns a car dealership. I'm like, bro. But have you ever turned a wrench? Have you ever worked on a car? Have you ever... How much time have you spent with the mechanics and they weren't just ruffling your hair and telling you to stay out of the fucking way, shorty? You know what I mean? Like, I don't care if your dad owns a dealership. Knowledge isn't osmotic. You don't get knowledge through osmosis. I said osmotic, it sounds more like he's got breathing problems. He did though. He did though. But that's beside the point. Knowledge does not travel via osmosis. You can pick knowledge up just by being present, sure, but you have to pick that knowledge up. You still have to pay attention and, understand the knowledge that you're getting, or it's not going to do you much good. Simple osmosis. There's more to it than that. You never go full Black Knight, especially with the machine. I mean, you see it all the time in sci-fi, and in Slice of Life, and any TV show. There's always that guy who's like, I know this machine better than anyone, and I'm telling you, it's gonna make it. We just have to not be pussies. We just have to keep going. Don't be a wimp. Don't be a scaredy cat. Don't be an asshole. And it's just like, nah, bro. We're not. You're just being stubborn and crazy because you can't conceive of failure. There's a time and a place for Captain Failure's not an option, and it's called life and death situations. If there's not lives at stake, don't fuck the machine up just because you can't comprehend failure again. Like, don't make it about you. Just turn the thing off. Trust me, it's way better. But they'll cut my funding. I'll never get another chance. This will ruin my career. It's like, bro, don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. That's not the guy you want to be. Especially when you don't have any reason to believe that you're competent. I was very careful not to mention cars around that guy right up until the day I dropped out. And I just looked at him and I was like, bro, by the way, like, please, like, this was before YouTube, right? This was not, and I'm not talking about before YouTube was big. You want to talk about dating yourself. When I was in college, YouTube did not exist. Like, it's no stretch of the imagination that, you know, YouTube was a little before my, or a little after my childhood. Not before, after. But no, it was after my college years. So I couldn't tell the guy, like, at least watch a YouTube video. But I did tell him, you know, whether it's that car or a different one, you need to get the book for it. And, like, talk to people and get some hands-on experience. I told him, I was like, this is your wake-up call. This isn't a moment to be grateful that somebody like me was around. Like, if you want to praise Jesus and be happy, bro, go for it. Absolutely. But also, you know, read between the fucking lines. Your dad owns car, and I don't even think it was one car dealership. I think he owns several. And I was like, you know, any chance you get, you need to be in that garage learning. And you need to have your own car, and you need to make friends with the mechanics, and, you know, don't take advantage of them. Don't just make them help you because your dad's their boss. But, like, you need to get these people, you need to, like, get these people to teach you some stuff. At least get them to teach you some basic maintenance, you know, how to check your fluids, right? How to change your oil, you know, because changing your oil, it's not just open drain, close drain, pour in new oil. You got to change the filter too. And on some cars, that's actually kind of a pain in the dick. You know, I've had some cars where you don't even have to jack it up. You just reach under the front fender and just whoop, 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 take off the filter, and the car's high enough off the ground that you can slide your oil drain pan, your fluid pan, right under the damn thing. You really don't have to do a whole lot, right? And I've had cars that you absolutely have to jack the car up, put it on jack stands or ramps, and then reach up and around and do, like, you're not going to get an oil filter wrench in there. You're not going to be able to stab this thing with a screwdriver to crank off your oil filter. Like, you're going to have to use your hand, and you're going to have to take some time, and you're probably going to hurt yourself the first few times, like that 94 V8 Thunderbird. It was not an easy oil change. I also drove a couple of cars that were super easy, but other things were difficult. Failure is the mother of success. I hope he got that lesson. Because I'll be honest, the other two people in the car that were in the back seat, they didn't know shit about cars either, but their parents didn't own car dealerships. So it was understandable. One of them didn't even have a car. Like, he was all about that dorm life, all about that on-campus life. I don't know if his family couldn't afford a car, or if it didn't make sense to him to have one. Whatever it was, one of them didn't even have a car. The other one, I think his parents were pretty well off, because he didn't seem to know a whole lot about anything, but he had some nice toys. He had a decent laptop and video game system and a decent-sized TV. But he didn't know shit about cars either. I was the only one in that car who was just like, stop now. For the love of God, please stop now. And please learn about cars. And even with today's cars, where it's a lot more difficult than it used to be, it's still a good idea to at least know some basic maintenance, like how to do your own oil change, how to jumpstart, charge, and replace your car's battery. Although, honestly, no, I take that back. Don't worry about the battery or any electrical systems unless you learn electrical safety and how the electrical system in your car works, because I've electrocuted myself It's with my car. It was off, but my dumbass did not disconnect my negative battery cable when I went to change my starter, and I managed to give myself a nice little jolt laying under my car, which means that if anything had gone wrong there, and I managed to not die instantly, I would have eventually died anyway because I was laying under a car, which nobody would have been surprised if I had been there for half an hour. Just laying there, dying slowly, I would have been screwed, so I'm very lucky I didn't die from that, and now I always disconnect the negative battery cable whenever I'm doing anything even remotely involving the electrical system. Now, when I changed my power steering pump, my water pump, my belt tensioner, nah, I didn't disconnect it for that. It's recommended just as a matter of practice, but it's more of a habitual recommendation in that regard because I didn't have to disconnect anything to get to it. The most I had to do was on the power steering pump, there was one of the bolts on the back side of it. There was a clamp for one of the wire harnesses, one of the clusters of wires. There was a thing that just holds it in place. It's just a guide clamp to keep it from moving around because it's near moving parts, and the top of the engine block, which gets hot and would melt through it. But it wasn't part of the circuitry, it wasn't a grounding point or anything like that, so I just said, fuck it, you know. But, well, you say the battery's easy. Normally it is. On my current car, my Buick, it's a 93 Buick, so most things are pretty straightforward and simple. But to get the battery out, you have to take, what do they call that arm? What is that called? I forget. But it's the bar that goes, it's just a crossbar that goes across to the front of the frame. I'm really not a mechanic. I don't remember the names very well. But it's like, it's just part of the body that helps to keep it from, you know, flexing as much. I had to unbolt one of those to get the battery out, but I also had to have a long, I think it's a 10-inch. I think I had to bust out my 10-inch ratchet extender to loosen the battery clamp. Okay, if you've worked on cars enough, that's on the easy pile. If you're new to cars, it's not on the easy pile. I'm kind of in the middle where it's like I've never had formal training. I've never fully rebuilt an engine, but I've replaced almost every accessory under the hood that's not an engine. You know, I've done radiators, I mentioned the starter, power steering, blah, blah, blah. I've never done my own brake job. I've never worked on a suspension. But when it comes to the major components that commonly fail under the hood of a car, I've done pretty much all of those. I've built a new positive battery cable for a car when the lead got corrosive, but I've never done the negative because that's the spider web that goes all the way around and grounds. I mean, it's the ground cable, right? You know, the negative battery cable. It connects to all over the car, all over the goddamn place. The positive battery cable, it's like, well, one goes to the alternator, one goes to the starter, and then loops through to the distribution for the spark plugs. Ta-da! Spark plugs. Yeah, I've done spark plugs before. I had the little disc, the little gap tool. That was fun. I was pretty convinced I was going to do that wrong, so I like triple checked everything, which just made a simple spark plug job take all afternoon. But I didn't fuck up. I did it all right the first time, double checked it, still seemed fine, triple checked it, everything seemed fine, and I never had any problems with it. But yeah, I say that changing the battery is easy, but it's not safe for a novice if you don't at least have basic comprehension of electronics and take the proper precautions. Phone a friend who's done it before, at least. But it is usually pretty simple, you know. Just that there's not a lot of margin for error at very certain critical moments, and errors can be quite dangerous. But rebuilding the positive battery cable, that was a fun experience. You know, unhooking it from my alternator and then tying a long ass piece of kite string around the connector because it's a loop that bolts in. I tied a piece of string around it on that end, and the same with the starter. I tied a piece of kite string so that I could then attach the ends of the new wire to the pieces of string and then pull them back through the way they're supposed to go. And by the way, kite string is not a good thing to use for that because it gets stuck on everything. I recommend using something a little bit thicker, like a rubber-coated metal wire. Surprise, surprise, that actually works a lot better considering that's... You could also just attach the new wire to the old one with a piece of electrical tape. That's one of the things that was suggested to me after the fact. They're just like, why didn't you just tape the new wire to the old wire? And I was like, I don't know. Why didn't I do that? I guess I was too busy trying to be clever to be logical. Shit happens. Shit happens. But that's how you learn stuff like that, you know? Not being afraid to talk about your failures is one of the best ways to learn how to avoid failures. You know, they say you learn from fucking up, but that's definitely not a option A, option B. Like, there's a lot, it gets a lot more complicated than that. And part of learning from your mistakes is not being afraid to admit that you made mistakes, or not being afraid to, like, even if you don't know that you made a mistake, you know, just have conversations. Don't be pretentious and pretend that you know things, because then the experts won't want to talk to you. They won't necessarily tell you the better lessons if you're an arrogant little fuck about it. Like, oh yeah, I changed a positive battery cable, and this guy's like, I build engines for a living, and you're like, oh yeah, we're peers now because we both touch engine blocks. It's like, no. If I'd been a douchebag in the way I talked about working on my own car, I probably wouldn't know half the things that I know today. Twin Doom Cannons, bad idea. I mean, I won't say it's a bad idea. I won't say it's a bad idea, no. Yes, the wise learn from others' fuck-ups, and you don't necessarily have to bear witness to their fuck-up or even be aware of it. I mean, the guy who told me, why didn't you just tape the new wire to the old one and pull it through? And I was like, well, I don't know. I could have come up with an excuse like, well, I you know, I didn't know how long of a piece of wire to cut, maybe, or, you know, I wasn't just gonna buy 20 feet of wire and see what happens. I could have come up with excuses, but that guy probably only knew because he fucked up. And he's like, why don't you just do this? And it's like, well, is that what you did the first time, or did you do it wrong too? Acting all high and mighty about it. I don't know. Don't worry, I'm not going to forget to buy cannon ammo. I almost did. No joke, I almost forgot to buy cannon ammo. So 10, so that's 40 shots. So 20 each. You know what? Why am I even debating this? Just... There we go. I was like, come on, I at least want to see it explode. Nice. Hey, if you got enough guns, you'll break rocks. That's all there is to it. I've seen a number of people who are just like, it's okay. The V6 is okay. I'm like, no, it's pretty good. You gotta remember that the Vang Yi have all their equipment on it too. You know, when you're talking about just floating around in space, they're gonna have Vang Yi shields and... You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot more to it than that. There. Now I'm not going to accidentally recall them all the time. Oh yeah, because it's... This one's set to 20 because I'll just call him back again and I want it to happen sooner. No. But honestly, like, out in the wild, when these ships come out in the wild, like, remember that the Vang Yi are a massive enemy alien overlord species. There's a lot more V6s than there are Zeus, right? Like, you got to imagine these things are probably a lot less common when the war was in full swing, when it was humans versus Vang Yi back then. So, like, it may not be as good as the Zeus, but it's still better than a Titan. It's probably a lot more powerful than a Sanctuary, and maybe even more powerful than a Dominance. Probably is. Probably a more formidable ship. The auto self-repair, if you have enough armor, it's really good. If you don't have enough armor, it's free. Like, people are like, oh, but you lose your crew bonuses. I'm just like, yeah, but it's still better than a Titan by just leaps and bounds. Like, it's not bad. You just don't compare it to a Zeus. I wouldn't be surprised if it did get a little bit of a buff down the road, but oh, I don't put anything in. I'm not a developer. There's one developer for this game. There's one person who helps with lore and ship models and other stuff like that, but there's one person who has final say on what goes in the game and how it goes in, and that's Laios. He is the developer. Nice. As far as ships having random rarity, I don't think that's ever going to be a thing. What you will see are different variations of ships. Not all of them, but some of them. So what I mean by that is, think the Valor, Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3, right? I don't want to say about, but there is a Mark 2 Phantom in the works, right? Like, there'll be variations of ships that'll be upgraded models, but it won't just be like, oh, you found a white Zeus, a blue Zeus, or, you know, it's going to be a little more, it's going to have the same outcome. You just won't be able to upgrade a ship into its larger version. Although, honestly, that, maybe there's a way to do that, but maybe you just go find the other variation, right? Like, there's only so much you can change about a spaceship once it's been built, where you're basically just taking it apart to build a new spaceship, even if it's basically the same model, like the Valor. You know, to go from a Valor 1 to a Valor 2, you have to do some pretty fundamental changes. And we're talking in-game, right? In lore. So, like, you might as well just build a new ship from scratch at that point. Like, it's more work to do the disassemble, reassemble for the upgraded version than it is to just build the upgraded version from scratch. But, I don't know how many ships are going to get upgraded models like that. I would assume that it's not just going to be the Valor and the Phantom. But I don't want to speculate on, you know, like a purple level Titan, right? I do know that ship upgrades, the modifications you make, like how this ship has up at the top here, damage resistance, weapon heat generated, damage resistance, those mods were meant to kind of give those kinds of options in a way. I have found dreadnought derelicts, but boy, they're rare. They are rare. Alright, so now I don't want to kill the gold stars because I want them to kill this enemy fleet. Actually, this enemy fleet, oh, they're screwed now. No, there's no orange grade ships yet. Purple's the highest so far. I know there's been discussion of ships that might be orange grade in the future, but I would expect them to be a lot harder to get. The quests for unlocking the Zeus and the V6 are going to be harder to get one day. People are going to be mad about that, especially people who get the game after that takes place, but all I can say is if you've been kind of procrastinating on unlocking the V6 and the Zeus, I would do it sooner than later. Estimations around the 6-month mark, but that's me just guessing. I know that a lot of the updates he's been talking about, the big stuff, won't happen till next year, so it could be a year from now, it could be more than a year from now, it could be 3 months from now, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. But also, the Lacewing and the Laoshu are purple as well. But those cannot be had en masse. I think. Wait, is the Exile ship, Ziggy's ship? What's it called? The cruiser. I think it's purple too, but I can't remember. Well, and to be fair, when the new quest, if he does change the quest as as mentioned that he wants to, I will go through the new quest to unlock them as well, just to do it. Oh, that fleet's already ragtag as fuck. They just have a dreadnought. Hephaestus, yes. I think the Hephaestus is purple, I'm pretty sure, but I can't remember exactly. Full certain. Blue tier. Okay. But it also adds to attracting more powerful enemies, so it makes sense that it would be blue tier rather than purple, because that is, for a lot of people, not so desirable. If you're me, it's just like, hey, cool, bring it on. Attract those more powerful enemies, eh? I'll just level up faster and get better loot faster, but not everybody counts that as a positive. Just like not everybody sees my character's reputation change as a positive. Not everybody wants that. I'm totally cool with that. If somebody says, man, that's stupid, because now they're going to send bigger hunter fleets after me, and I'm not going to have as much gear from killing as many ships by the time the hunter fleets get completely unmanageable. That could make my game completely unplayable to have that kind of nonsense going on. I'll just use them long enough to get high tier on the factions that I'm friendly with so I can have their cool gear sooner, and then his ass is grass. Get out of here. Totally respect that. Completely agree that that's not going to be fun for everybody. Nice. But because, and let's face it, if my NPC's hit point regeneration doesn't level up more than tier 2, like if you don't get, you know, like miles per hour is 2.8, mine's 1.2, less than half at tier 2, right? If you don't get that really good focus on that particular skill, you're gonna have a bad time. Unless you're really, really ready for that level of challenge. I feel bad letting these ships die. I really do have a lot of fun with the sanctuary too. I kind of want to go build a sanctuary. All right. Wow, that knocked out my shield. But 2 blasts did take that guy out, along with my other weapons. So you can see that a pair of Doom Cannons, it's not bad. We're talking about 6,339 damage per shot, right? That does not suck. Especially with that splash damage. It's got an explosion radius of 20. You can imagine if I went and picked up Ziggy right now. Uh-oh, I missed. No, I got him. We could get some seriously outrageous damage numbers going with a little Ziggy action here. Boom. Also really good for those overlapping ship issues I was talking about. Get that explosion radius going. I don't hate this. This is still fun to do. Oh, I destroyed all my cannon ammo, that massive stack that I had. I'm running on fumes on ammo now because of that. I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't thinking straight. But there should be some cannon ammo around somewhere. I am damaging myself significantly doing this. Yeah. Well, I think it's always balanced. It's just if you get lucky, you'll get more points in hit point regeneration. There's definitely changes I want to make to my NPC. It's just I don't want to make those changes now because that's, and I don't think Laios would. You know, he's not working on new NPCs as he's working on the ones that have already been promised, and that's about it for a while until more of the other stuff is done. Now I will say the problem with having 2 spinal mounts is severely impacting my ability to retain flux from my shielding. You know, that's been discussed a lot too. I know that there's one school of thought where, you know, if you really want to be a rebel, you'd be focusing on doing rebel type things more than general trading and stuff. But then the other school of thought is bullshit. It's like my cousin Vinny. He's just like, everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you. And that's his opening statement, right? I went full douchebag and named this profile after me so that there would be two. I just need to be able to change my portrait to me. Hey, there's some cannon ammo. The Great Material Continuum. I almost always use my NPC though. Like, I want that challenge. Especially when I'm trying to get one up as high as the other. Like, 670,000 versus 41,000. Like, it's not even 1/6 of the way there, right? Or maybe it's just under 1/6, give or take. I'm not gonna bust out the calculator right now. But I've got 6 times the negative Vangi rep, give or take. So there's a lot of catching up to do. Double Impact. Which one is that? There's so many there's so many Van Damme movies. His agent really had a hard time picking good scripts for him at one point. So it's just kind of like, just keep taking everything that comes your way and hopefully something will be your big break. Nah, there's a lot of good ones. Yeah, I don't remember Double Impact, but I haven't seen them all, so I don't know. I might have missed that one. Damn it. I was hoping that cruiser was going to get destroyed before I fired. Didn't time it right. Well, I know that, what's his name? Gotchar. Gotchar actually reduces it. I also don't have every NPC yet. I've been neglectful of picking up escape pods since a lot of them were Look at that! They're finally starting to hurt me! Yay! Go Pirates! You're doing great! It's like Andre the Giant and Princess Bride. He's just like, I just wanted you to think that you were doing well. When he's fighting Wesley and he's kind of going easy on him. And he's like, are you really toying with me? He's like, I just didn't want you to feel bad about losing really fast, you know. I wasn't trying to be a jerk about it. I don't remember. I'm not well versed on a lot of the NPCs. I don't find that many though. I don't think I pick up as many escape pods as most people. Boop. See how there's 2 of them? You can see the names overlapping. So my gunners just won't fire. Like even if I press F, And even if I switch targets, right? Like, there, I've switched targets. Now I'm pressing F and nothing's happening. Switch back to the big ship. And I can just... holding it doesn't do anything, but I can F spam it. But then once one of the ships is destroyed, then they start firing on their own. Yeah, no kidding. Ooh. Having 4 stacks and then starting a new game like that? Should I do that right now? If I have them? Hephaestus start is already brutal with 2 stacks. I mean, a cruiser start, even starting with an Achilles is kind of brutal. It's not real bad, but it's not great. It feels bad, man. At least for the first 10-20 levels. Cruiser start doesn't usually balance out until you get close to level 20. Unless you pick something like a Fortuna, it can take even longer. Juggernaut can take longer. Even though it has a lot of turrets to mitigate heat and a good amount of equipment space, it's not a bad boat. It's actually a really good one. The Claymore's not as bad because it's fast and has a high weapon count, so even if you have a bunch of crappy weapons, at least you can cram them all in there. You don't get a lot of equipment space to put into cooling, but you don't really need it all that bad. Whoops. But like the Fortuna and the yellow cruiser, the square one with the asymmetrical weapon platform. I don't know. I have to manually tell my gunners to shoot them repeatedly, so hopefully that'll get fixed at some point. No, don't hit the station. Damn it, why don't I shot that right at the station that I'm specifically trying not to destroy. Oops. Alright, I scrapped the pirate booster. 30 pirate. There's only a couple things I still need, and it's... I think it's the small pirate booster and the pirate protector. I'm not going to scrap my orange ones. So now I can turn my thing back on. I know that the computers and armors don't take up space, but I don't care. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, I destroy Ardonian components. If you saw how many I had, you'd be even more upset about that than the fact that I destroy them. Oh no. Well, at least you can't save when you destroy the station. Unless you're like right next to a gate or another station, but typically it's not a problem. The downside is whatever you did between your last save and destroying that station, that's where it hurts. That's where it hurts. Claymore's nice, man. Claymore is really nice. It was very early on. It was one of my favorite ships. I would use it over a Dreadnought any day, just for that speed, because it's got such a high weapon capacity that it. I mean, a few custom weapons on that thing could really just become this brutal monstrosity. And I used it against smaller hunter fleets back in the day before they would get so big that you pretty much have to use a Dreadnought just to stay alive. But even then, you could get pretty far just being fast. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all. I liked it. But to be honest, like, even if you don't use a spinal weapon, an Achilles is still, in a lot of ways, a better ship, just for its built-in cloaking, better equipment space, weapon capacity, or weapon bonuses on all the turrets all around it. It may not have as good of a turret layout as far as not having any 360s, but the coverage combined with the multi-barrel, it's just devastating. It would be interesting to do a side-by-side comparison. It'd be a lot of fun. Whoa. You're talking about on a Zeus? You're talking about ultra lasers on these two? Interesting. Alright, what are we up to? 688? It's still pretty slow on getting, There is nothing wrong with that. Now, when fleet cargo and stuff like that gets a little more interesting, interactive, I think you'll see a lot more people using donkeys or mules in a fleet setup. So 3,700 DPS, 1,200, but being beams, you get that accuracy bonus. Well, I'll tell you right now why railguns aren't great in those slots. And it's because they're automatically two space. They're automatically even space, right? So the only way to make them 3-point is to use these or make them point defense and then add the cores. Right, so 215 damage and a 2 slug. 225 on a single slug. Like, it's just not like, I mean, you can go nuts with it, right? Armor piercing, overload, whatever you want to do. Charging, make it charge up, 600 damage. So to make it a 3-point, you add a few critical mods, 619. It's the same with plasma cannons. You know, plasma cannons are automatically a heavy mount, right? So they're automatically even space. So you can't, like, if you add another core, it just makes it a 4-point weapon. So those kinds of weapons will really suffer in slots that have an odd number capacity compared to weapons that can be increased by a single core, like Pew Pew. We're already at 59 DPS. Add some rapid fire, add overload, boosted. We haven't modified yet. Like, sure, it gets hot as hell, right? But 160 DPS. $128. It's not terrible, it's just not as much. It's just not as much. And it gets slightly hotter. Doesn't use as much power, I think, though. Maybe it's about the same. But yeah, you get more DPS out of straight. And it's the same with beams, too. Beams aren't great in those slots unless you're using, like, let's compare improved laser beam, right? $92 DPS. So it's better than an improved laser beam, but it's less than 100 where the other weapons were 150. Now you get that accuracy bonus, but it's like I always say with the really big hunter fleets, you're completely surrounded. You're not missing very much. They can't move around as much because they're bumping into each other. So, and then you're also hitting the other targets. Now the Vang Yi with their repair system makes accuracy a bit more of a priority. You want to focus one target at a time, so the stray fire is not as useful. And everybody else has shields, so it's still like, but they can't dodge as much. Your gunners aren't going to be just spraying all over the place. A little bit, especially if you're moving around. But, I mean, we're talking about a 50% increase from this to a non-continuous, right? $160. More than a 50% increase. More than a 60% increase. So even if you're missing a little bit here and there, it's probably not that often. So you're just going to do better just because they're odd number slots. So honestly, for my money, I'd rather see 2, 4, 2, 4. You know, make these 2-point and then make all these 4-point. Hell, make these 1-point, or make these 2-point and these 1-point. I don't even care about these. You know, like, just take them off entirely. Make these 4-point so that it doesn't, so that any kind of weapon type can be a competitive weapon to put in that slot. So any odd-numbered weapon mount, you're gonna have a hard time filling it with cannons, with plasma cannons, railguns, or beams. Anything that automatically has a minimum of 2 points. See, regular cannons, they don't do that. Quantum Pulse. Oh, Quantum Pulse automatically goes to 2-point. See? Torpedoes. Torpedoes as well. I mean, that's a great place for them. But you know where they also come in really nice are these two. These two make excellent railguns. First of all, they only suffer -20. So 2.4x damage. But then they could use a little range boost, honestly, but when they fire off to the side, their range is still pretty good. So, oh yeah, I was gonna take the ultra lasers into combat. See how they hold up against enemy fleet. Ooh, make sure I don't throw those away. For a second there I was like, wait, did I get rid of some of the custom weapons on accident? But then I'll just remake them. The range gets to be a little bit of a problem, even with railguns. Honestly, heavy mount's not the worst idea. Or a range bonus. They are kind of short range. But in the hands of gunners that can shoot them off to the side simultaneously, the range bonus, the range loss isn't that bad. And by range loss, I'm talking about the distance from the turret itself to the nose of the ship. Because that's the majority of their firing arc is forward. But they can also shoot way off to the side here, you know. So if you hit that keyboard steering, railguns are tough to use when you move around a lot. They definitely make better weapons from a stationary firing position. I absolutely agree with that. But, you know, not everybody likes railguns with gunners either. They miss a lot. So unless you're fully surrounded, there's still a suffering there. Oh, I guess I'll get it since it's coming right for me. Come on, where's this fleet? Oh, Valor Mark 1. Nah. Yeah. So its kill zones are from here to here, but really it's kind of off just to the sides where all these turrets can hit because they all angle up. So you get these two, and then all three of these, and then even that one. That's the optimal kill zone, right? Is this space over here, or on the other side, just like that. But then I got rid of these, so they're not going to do anything. That's not terrible. I'm not even using the cannons yet. Look at all these drones. So many drones. Delete, delete, delete. I am Kira. As you may have guessed, I've got my barrier set to my scroll wheel click. Hence the zooming in every time that I activate it. I mean, I don't hate them. I'm just saying, like, I could do without them if it meant making these more functional to use with plasma weapons. It's the reason I stopped using plasma weapons on this ship. Which kind of made me sad. Eat it! Ah! Damn it. It's alright, I'm still gonna catch him. No, they're good places for point defense when, whenever that's still a problem, but missiles don't really pose a massive threat to me. There's a few times where, wow, 2 relics. Holy crap. Did anybody else see that? It won't let me clip it. Why? Because, oh, I didn't put a title on it. I'll edit that later if it'll let me. It's not bad. Now, of course, what I did is not necessarily optimal either. You know, it's actually better to put beams on those 6-point slots. Give or take, it's a better way to go. I just wanted to see, when I built this weapon set, I just wanted to see what it looked like the way it is. I wanted to see all, right? I wanted to see all of them as pew-pews. Wow, I've almost got 1,000 improved. Almost 100 relics. I don't get every relic that flies by, so oh well. Let's see. So we've got... So that's all of these. All of our 3-barrel turrets. Yeah, I'm not going after that relic. There's another one. Alright. $158, but we can adjust that too. Not going to use an Adolo mod. But one more of those. Nah, we'll keep it in line with everything else. These are 130. we'll bring it down some. So it's still significantly less DPS because of that, especially with that critical chance being so low. Golly. It's pretty bad. And it uses a lot more power, which is going to be a problem. Alright, let's compare it to an ultra laser. Even less range, significantly more DPS. Yeah, it's also slightly less absorption. I haven't tested it versus the, or than an improved, I mean. It's less absorption, but it does last a little bit longer and comes back around sooner. So, situationally, it's nice to be able to get it back up quicker. It just depends, like, the more enemies firing spinals at you at one time, the more the improve starts to make sense, especially if you use a cloaking device. But the duration of the Pirate Protector tends to compensate for the absorption shift. And then being able to bring it back up again quicker. I mean, yeah, it's only 0.4 seconds, and it's only 2.4 seconds on the cooldown, but I'm kind of liking it better, and let's face it, it looks cooler too, whatever that's worth. So it's going to be hard to compare because this is going to max out at purple, whereas this gets to be orange. I do need microchips and bismuth, which I should be able to get here. Just give it a once over, make sure I don't have any free boosters, it's the right size, I'm not missing anything. I don't want them to be charging, although it's not the worst idea. One second cooldown, but it's going to consume flux. That's the problem. That's the real problem. Even though it gives it a lot more damage, I cannot have flux consumption go up that high. Not if I'm going to be using a protector. I cannot limit it that way, that barrier. So no charging. Until there's a way to turn off flux consumption for a weapon, I'm just not going to use charging weapons ever. Other than spinal mounts. Alright. Okay, yeah, we've got double the damage of an ultra laser. The range is still going to be a problem, though. Nah, no, I think that's going to be okay. The heat came in way lower than it should have. Oh! Ah, ah. $108? How is it? How is that? Oh, it's in the spinal mount. Jesus. 171? Okay, that's too much. I was like, how did that happen? How did it get better? What? Did it again. That'll have to do. $2,200. That leaves us enough room for a pair of spinals. Beautiful, they do not overheat. $20 and 17,000. Why not, right? Why wouldn't you? Okay, for this I actually want the large sector, because there's more range for the fleet to be at. Alright, we're going in. Sweet. So, step one, of course. Now, the reason I'm not just killing them myself, right, is because I want my reputation. What are they shooting at? Are they shooting at me because I'm taking damage? Oh. Weird. Oh, they're targeting me because they're repair ships. They're shooting both their PD and repair beams. Kind of like how miners will mine with whatever you give them. That's going to get worked out, don't worry. But I'm trying to get my pirate reputation down, so I don't want to take out the miners on my own. Otherwise I would. I'm almost at 700k. Negative 700k. Sweet. Yeah, past the 500k mark, the fleets really take on a different flavor. It's true of the Vangi, and it seems to be true of the pirates. They get enough going that it's actually quite a menace. And then we run into the downside of having two spinal mounts, which is running out of flux really, really fast. Like, it's almost enough that I want a warp diverter, but at the same time, not being able to warp out can be a real big pain in the ass if you botch your, if you botch your cloaking device against the wrong set of enemies. You're gonna have a bad time. All right, we're on. Damn you. You sneaky bastard. Yeah, I gotta say, if you don't really rely on your barrier a whole lot, then yeah, go for it. Dual spinal mounts, why not? But it is a big liability when you really, really need that barrier sometimes. So in a small system, and I recommend fighting these fleets in a very small system. If you're going to do it solo, if you're going to use fleet ships, escorts, I would not go to a small system because you have a higher chance of your fleet sneaking off and destroying a station. And in a small system, there's less of a chance of multiple stations, so beware. But when you're doing it solo, go for it. Because what you can do is take advantage of the fact that enemy repair ships that normally fly away from you, if you're in a dreadnought, you're not catching anything smaller than a cruiser. It's just, you're gonna have a hard time getting enough shots in, especially if it's Vang E. But what you can count on is that they'll occasionally come swing by the local debris field where you're sitting and waiting with a cell phone resting on your space bar. Just hanging out, kicking it, waiting for him to show up. No big deal. Gonna get away. Gonna get away. Never gonna get away from you. No, you're gonna die, pirates. Gonna blast all the pirates. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Who's that? Oh, of course it's Andy. Damn you, Andy. I'm never gonna catch that guy streaming. I never get to see him for more than like 5 minutes. I'm always otherwise occupied. Oh, man. Alright, here we go. Phone's off the space bar. See, so far I can just use my spinal mounts at will because I don't really need my protector. My power system drops here and there, but that's about it. Not my shields. They were getting my shields down a little bit earlier, but I'm killing them. That's if I don't kill them fast enough, you know. If I'm killing them fast enough, then that little gap where one ship has to replace another and they're not quite in range, it's just enough to keep my shield recharge going. And of course, I could always go and strip the orange rechargers off my other ships and just get completely out of control with it. Now, if you're dead set on using a small system for your fleet, you can always call them in, but man, you better have a destination set and check your map to make sure they're not destroying that station. And if they get near it, you hit Shift H, and if you're not convinced that that's going to be enough, you warp out. So there are measures to take, right? Shift H will stop them from firing until you warp or press F again. So it's not like you can't stop them from taking out the station. Didn't used to be an option, but now it is. Uh-oh. This is where it gets to be a bit of a problem, though. But, if I know my fleet ships, and I do, they like to be in the way. Oh yeah, absolutely. I just don't feel like babysitting this whole fleet, and I think that's enough to do the job. I only lost 200 reputation on that. And because that thing's gone, I'll get more kills on the pirate fleet. And the rest of them won't stand a chance. And won't get kills. It's probably the best way to balance out the reputation without... And it's the best way to balance out your reputation and still prevent them from destroying the station. Just take out the dreadnought if it's a gold star. Otherwise, they won't really kill the enemy that much anyway. And my fleet won't kill them fast enough to really prevent them from being a threat to the merchant fleet. See? Watch them all fall down. Like I always say, one of my favorite things about this game is you go from being the classic arcade player spaceship to becoming the bullet hell boss. That fleet will never destroy the station. There's no way. See, they come right to it. Just wait, you'll see the fleet destroyed notification soon enough. I'm not even remotely worried about it. Damn. Spinal mount ready. Any minute now. Getting a little nervous. Oh, it's that guy. They just it's just this one dodgy fuck, just managing to stay alive. Now, one reason I don't like to go to the dead zone is because the fleets tend to warp out in mass when you do that. And I don't like that because it makes it too easy. But that is also a good way if you're pushing for reputation no matter what. Then you do it like that. For instance, if I want to push my reputation with the Vang Yi past minus 4 million without really having a, without caring about, you know, whether or not it's a challenge, right? And to reduce the lag that I get by having enemies forcibly warp out because I'm in the dead zone. This is what you do. Wow, a relic right off the bat, man. Where are they? Where are they? Come on, come on, come on. Well, them too, but I'm mostly concerned about the location of the fleet. The enemy fleet. Where are they? There goes the relic. Bye, relic. I mean, honestly, at this point in the game, even if you do want relics, it's not hard to get more. One thing you can do is let your fleet ships capture them. They're not going to chase them, but they'll pick up a few here and there. I tend to make a lot of weapons just for fun, so... See, we're not getting nearly the density out here. Thus the frame rate does not drop as fast. But it still drops. Oh, right. If you could just turn off the shield sound. That'd be great. See, now it's staying at 8-9 frames per second instead of 3. Alright, there we go. Free up a little bit of space. Boom, baby. Very good. Ah, still didn't kill him faster than the next one could warp in. That's a shame. So now we're down to 7 frames per second. So even out here in the dead zone, we're still past that critical point. And they're dropping my shields. I almost lost them for a second there. Oh, there they went. It won't let me turn on my cloaking device. Damn it. When the game lags like that, nothing activates properly. It's hard to get to the map. It's hard to select the system to warp to. Nothing functions properly because of the CPU lag. See, now I've got the blue wheel. My poor computer. Oh, how I torture it. Wow, I haven't saved in a while. But I don't care. Because we're going right back to this. Oh. Because this has the highest DPS output, and I still get to keep my protector going, my barrier. Oh, my system specs? Easy peasy. So I've got a Ryzen 3600 with an RX 6800 XT, 4 8GB sticks of RAM. Star Valor is on an NVMe drive. Windows is on a SATA SSD. And it's a B450 microwave text motherboard, so the motherboard could be a little bit better, which might help some of the other stuff, but really I just need a new processor and a new motherboard, not just a full ATEX for the better, slightly better everything, especially the VRM, so I could overclock the thing and get it to be pretty stable, but actually just a nice new chipset like a 550 or 650 would be great. But honestly, I played Star Valor on 2 GHz 4-core when I first got it, so we're talking 8 gigs of RAM on a single stick and a wafer drive, so I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. 6800 XT. Let's see, what was it? It's a Red Dragon. Boo-ba-doop-doop-da-doo. Let's see, PC part picker. Search Zarenthal. Bullshit. Oh, that's the product search. Ah, that's why I don't exist. I'm not a product. Do a doop doop. Do 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 do. There we go. That should work. But if anyone's curious. So that's my old RX 580. I haven't taken new pictures of it. And I've taken that disc out and replaced it with a paper disc that's blank for now until I do a custom insert for it. They made it really easy. The thing just pops off the CPU cooler tower. The RGB's mounted a little bit better now, and there's you can't see the hard drives, but this was before I had all the drives in. But this is with the, I believe these are the Pure Wings 2 fans that I have in here. That one's not mounted on all 4 points, but I did cut this piece of mesh out myself to add to it because, let's face it, drive bay covers are hard to come by, decent ones that actually breathe. So I just made my own that's super open wide. I paid more for that card than basically the rest of the system because I budget shopped the rest of the system super hardcore over a couple of years' time. So now you can see it's just a paper disc now. That's a really cheap case, which I was totally cool with. I think I paid like, well, I listed it here what I actually paid for it. Where's the case? It's here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. DIY PC. So I paid $40 for that case. Today's market looks like it's 52. So the price has gone up. But I bought it years ago. Apparently I paid too much for it. But it was somewhere in this range. No, it was longer than that. I think it was it's been a year and a half. No, maybe that's right. It was right after COVID. It was right after COVID. So yeah, that's, I don't know. But I took the price that I paid right off of the receipt. So I paid $40 for it. It's not bad. If you can imagine me being a wordy motherfucker. But yeah, Ryzen 3600, not X. We go Shadow. Of course, it's Thermal Grizzly. Now, with the RX 580, I redid the thermal paste on that with that same Cryonaut. I have not re-greased my RX 580. I haven't even taken it apart. When I bought it refurbished and saved about $150. And it's still, like, when I say it cost as much as the rest of the system, that's a slight exaggeration. But I paid $170 for the 3600. I paid $30 for my cooler, you know. $80 for my, I shopped the shit out of this stuff. Now the RAM's not accurate. It's actually 4 8 gig of the same Team Group T-Force. This kit is now in my stream box. It's an older Intel NVMe. It's not a 7 or 800 series. These two are fully accurate. I got a slow 4 terabyte and a mid-speed, standard speed 8 terabyte. But yeah, the 6800 I paid $670 for. So not counting, no, it's pretty close, honestly. If you don't count my speakers and some of the other accessories, the graphics card pretty much cost the rest of the system, which is actually kind of normal, but we're gonna stop worrying about that. I got the link in there for anyone who's interested. This PC has been a long time in the making. It actually evolved from the FX 6300 that's listed in that same profile. Which, technically speaking, evolved from the 4-core 2 gigahertz that I talked about before. You know, I was so ready to be okay with the 6600 XT. I even bought one and it borked on me. It crapped out after like a week, I think. It was like an absurdly short amount of time the card crapped out. I sent it back, I put my 580 back in, and I waited a little while, and the prices started coming down, and I was like, that's cool, I'll get a 6700 XT. You know, it's 50%, I don't know, like 20 to 50% stronger depending on the game than a 6600. So it was worth it. And then I saw, when I went to buy the 6700 XT, I found a 6800 refurb that claimed to be basically in perfect condition for the same price as a brand new 6700. So I was like, all right, I'll take the gamble. I like to gamble on stuff like that every now and then. You know, before I got the RX 580, I bought an R9 270 for $70, which was half its market value at the time, long time ago, years ago. And it lasted about a year, so I sort of got my money's worth out of it because I overclocked the hell out of that thing and pushed it way too hard, so it lasted longer than it should have. And then I got an R9 380, and basically did the same thing. So the 270 was a 2 gig card, the 380 was a 4 gig card, and then when the 380 lasted a couple of years, and then I repurposed it to a friend of mine, and it's still going as far as I know. I'm not really in touch with that person anymore, but I paid $70 for that as well, which was well under half market. It was like 2.5 times cheaper than it should have been, you know, but it was refurbished. A new one would have been 2.5 times the money. So I took the gamble. The RX 580 I did not gamble on. It was $180, brand new, and at the time I just couldn't find a used one that seemed like it was. I don't know why I did that, but didn't need a spinal mount for that guy. But the 580 I got was the 8 gigabyte model. That was like the first brand new graphics card I had bought since I've slapped a GT 710 in a computer that was using onboard graphics, because at the time $40 was all I was willing to spend. Because I mostly played games like Endless Sky, Terraria, stuff like that. I didn't need a powerful graphics card. I had my laptop, it played StarCraft. I was just barely getting into PC gaming again after like a decade of only playing console games and then occasionally playing StarCraft or Diablo 2 on my laptop. And I didn't care about better graphics. I was putting money into other things that were more important to me. Just didn't care. But then I found games like Valor and Astroneer and a couple other games, and I was like, all right, we'll get away from this 4-core 2 gigahertz with the GT 710. DDR3 graphics card, like 8 of those. The card I have now is like 1,000 times stronger. It's just ridiculous. But that card still gets used to this day, depending on what kind of mood I'm in. My Streambox has an NVIDIA GTX 460 in it, which is a lot better than the GT 710, but still pretty laughable in today's standards. But honestly, like, I've played some of the games that I like Star Valor and Endless Sky and Terraria. You know, they're not graphically demanding on their low settings. Terraria is not an Endless Sky. I mean, their graphics settings practically don't mean shit. They're more CPU based. Endless Sky, you have to download a mod just to get better resolution. Like, your graphics card almost doesn't mean shit in those games as long as it is modern enough to have the right compatibility. It's more or less a compatibility issue. You know, and at the time I was making good money when I bought the 6800 XT, but I agree, like 500 bucks for a graphics card, it felt stupid spending 700 because the prices I listed in PC Part Picker, that's pre-tax, right? Which I know is kind of cheating because not everybody pays the same sales tax. But it was just easier to go off of the listing price rather than because some of the parts I bought together, so to get the tax I would have to like do math on a calculator for every single no thanks. Didn't want to go that far. Didn't want to go that route. Got lazy about it. Still feel okay about it. But I kind of want to fight the Vangie again. Without the fleet. Wow, where's the station? But it was a fun process of getting everything together. I could have got an RX 6600 XT for less than 500 bucks and probably not really have changed my experience very much. The reason I got the 6800 XT was because occasionally I like to play higher end games like some of the newer Doom games. I still, every once in a while, will go back and play a little bit of Far Cry 5 and Far Cry New Dawn, which is Far Cry 5.5. I haven't played 6 yet. But there's also Cyberpunk. I'll still jump into Cyberpunk once in a while. And, you know, there were semi-significant improvements from a 6600 XT to a 6800 XT. I don't know if it was $300 worth of improvement, but moving forward, it was more of a future-proofing mood. I had, again, I was making a lot more money back then. I don't have that job anymore, so it's unfortunate. But I quit that job because it was too stressful. I was just getting sick of it. They probably would have fired me eventually because I was just not that into it. And it was like rather than start doing a bad job to the point that they would fire me, I just quit. I was like, I can't do this shit anymore. It's eating my brain alive. It's destroying my sanity. I'm a lot happier, making a lot less money. And eventually I'll start making better money again anyway. It's just starting over at the bottom with a different company, a different job altogether. I don't even mind, you know, getting a second job, which is what I'm about to do for the time being. Unfortunately, that is gonna cut into my streaming a little bit, but that's okay, because eventually one job or the other, I'll get a promotion, and then I can quit the other job. Go back to just having one job again. That'll be nice. The 4090 is a monster. And I mean, we're getting into some serious power consumption to the point where you're not just talking about how much it costs to run the thing, but you're also talking about an impact on your AC bill. Now, where I live, the hot season, right, where the outside temperature is above comfortable temperatures, lasts a lot longer than the cold season. So you know, if you live further north, it's not as big of a deal. But for me, the extra heat generated by consuming that much power is just hard to stomach. I mean, the 6800 already warms up my room. You know, we're just getting into the cold season where I live. We've had our first few days where it's under 50 degrees ever, not just during the day, but at all. I mean, you're not alone, you know. That's a lot of people when they buy a computer part, they want it to last 5 years. If it weren't for the fact that I've repurposed a lot of my older technology, and by repurpose I mean I've built a stream box out of spare parts. I Some of the upgrades I bought were because a friend of mine was looking for the absolute cheapest possible upgrade for a Phenom system that had the GTX 460 in it, and she's the one who ended up with my R9 380 and my Ryzen 3 1200. You know, like I was able to upgrade because she needed an upgrade from an old DDR3 platform, which is what I built mine as an upgrade to, was my old DDR3 platform, which is what became my stream box. And so with the combination of my old DDR3 system and her old graphics card, and I still have her Phenom system. I bought it from her outright and used a lot of that to reduce the cost of her system. And I don't really use the Phenom system necessarily, but it's there as a backup if I ever need it. So when I'm broadcasting, I have the primary system, the Ryzen 3600 with the 6800 XT. That's what I'm playing the game on. I used to single stream. I used to single system stream, but now I have the stream box, which was the FX 6300, which is DDR3, older system, but that system burnt out, and so I bought a refurbished motherboard and Ryzen 2600, and it was like $120 for the pair. It was like stupid cheap, so I was able to justify it. And just by using the old parts for something, I've been able to justify more upgrades than I normally would have. Yeah, the TI is just power hog. Like, I know so many people that are just capping the power rather than upgrading their PSU because you need a PSU that can deliver 50%, like 30 to 50% more power than what the card asks for. Just because of the spiking. It's like this, I think it's like 400 watt spikes, or is that just the non-TI? It's absurd. It's really crazy. The spiking, the power spike in that card, and it's not a constant, but it's a long enough spike that it's like you almost need an inline capacitor, like for a car stereo system, you know what I mean? Just to handle the spiking every now and then. I really think that's going to be the future of graphics cards, is they're just going to have to let them spike, but it's going to get beyond the point of what a regular wall outlet can handle, so you're just going to have a capacitor that can handle the spiking. And you'll see systems that'll run like 3 or 4. They'll be like, just in case I added 3 of the capacitors in parallel rather than just the one required one, you know? Why am I not getting attacked here? This is kind of pissing me off. Am I hitting that bug again? I had a bug a while back where I wouldn't get attacked unless I saved and reloaded. But yeah, I also built systems for a couple of friends of mine at the same time that I built this one, the 3600. But they're still rocking the 580s. They haven't decided to upgrade, but they could go. I made sure to give them good enough power supplies that they could go for like a 6600 XT. They have room to upgrade. But I had to upgrade my power supply, and they would also have to upgrade theirs if they wanted to go to a 6800. They're using 600 watt power supplies, so they could overclock their 580s. They both chose not to, and they're not upgrading yet, even though they both make significantly more money than I do. One of them doesn't play games that often, and the other one mostly plays like World of Warcraft. So graphics quality wise, there's not much of a benefit for them to upgrade. They just don't need to. So, but I didn't really take a profit on building their systems. Yeah, see, that's going to be the next thing is like, and I'm sure that's not a cheap thing to do either. Yeah. But yeah, upgrading your outlets is pretty expensive. You know, even if Intel's never like a major contender in the graphics card market, it's nice to see them just out there on the field, you know, because they're going to introduce new ideas. They're going to force Nvidia to rein in their bullshit a little bit, I hope. And as much as AMD has been doing a really good job for the most part, there's always the chance that they were going to stagnate in the near future. And now that's less likely because there's another contender. It's just like, well, if you want an efficient card that's going to give you good performance per watt, or your better performance per dollar, you go with AMD. If you just want all the bells and whistles and the highest possible raw performance that you can get, money and power and heat be damned, then you've got Nvidia. And they were both clearly starting to settle into a niche of for the last few years of that being the case, and it's only gotten more and more extreme. But now here comes Intel, and it's just like, well, so much for your complacency. You get wrecked, bitches. Yep. And there's going to be the possibility there's already people who run dual power supplies, and not for redundancy like you would in a server, but one for the graphics card, one for the CPU and the rest of the system, and you just use the jumpers that make sure that they both start simultaneously. When one starts, the other kicks on at the same time, just so everything's synced up properly. And you run dual graphics cards. I mean, dual power supplies. Now, if your case doesn't have dual power supply mounts, which is really uncommon, yeah, you got to get a little creative with where you put that second power supply. But if you're handy, it's not that difficult. It's not that big a deal. I mean, I've run an external power supply with a system and power supply that weren't designed for it. So I'm here to tell you, it's not the end of the world having a power supply sitting next to your computer, as long as you're smart about it. No drinks, no dust. Be careful. Maybe get an enclosure for it that has a little air filter. But it's a doable solution. And then if you're really smart, you make sure that they're on different circuits going through your fuse box in your house. Problem solved. Now your graphics card can pull twice as much power. It's going to get hot, but if your graphics card needs 1,000 watts, there's your answer. Or if your graphics card needs 1,500 watts, what's the max? It's volts times amps. 15 amps times 120 volts. It's on your hair dryer. Just look at your hair dryer, right? There. Of course, some people have 110 volts. So there's a little bit of a limitation. You know, if they're still capped at 15 amps at 110 volts. So, you know, be smart, do it right, but the parts exist to run two power supplies. It's not unheard of. It's probably not as common as it used to be just because of the crypto craze. It's created more of a market for large wattage power supplies, which made NVIDIA go, hey, let's take advantage of those already existing and hope that people, you know, don't use the really, really cheap ones because they'll explode, or at the very least fail miserably and take your whole system with it and maybe catch on fire. With or without a series of satisfying but terrifying and ultimately depressing pops. But yeah, just run two power supplies and make sure they're on different circuits in your home's power if you have the ability to check that. But it's testable. Like if you're in a weird apartment and you don't know where your breaker box is, well, you should probably find out because that's important to know. But there are ways to test to make sure that things are on different circuits. If nothing else, just plug in just get two lamps and start flipping breakers and testing different outlets until one lamp's on and the other one's not. Yeah, I mean, but look at what they're doing, you know, with with new versions of PCI and the crazy massive dies that they're coming out with for GPUs, they don't really. I mean, what's SLI gonna do? You know, it was all. You know, AMD CPUs have the channels to run true dual 16 if you're willing to get a weird ass motherboard and sacrifice every other possible PCI lane on the system other than your chipset drives, your chipset SATA, and you know, give up NVMe. But those are some expensive CPUs. But you technically don't need dual graphics cards anymore unless you're running older graphics cards. Like, I would say as much as 4 years ago, it was basically abandoned because, I don't know, I just... Exactly. And the goal was to make that unnecessary, you know, because it's just cleaner to have one stronger graphics card. And so now we've got the 90, you know, the 3090, the 4090, and we've got the 6800 XT and the 6900 XT. You'll never need two of those. There's no reason to have two of those. Like, sure, they remastered Crysis, but who gives a shit? I'm really getting upset about these hunter fleets not happening. Let's just completely restart the game. Eventually it self-corrects, but until it does, it's rather frustrating. And, you know, people just... The performance gains from SLI and Crossfire were just never going to be perfectly optimized because it was too niche for motherboard manufacturers to really give a shit. And they tried to give a shit, but I don't know. The answer always seemed to be just make a better graphics card. Just make one graphics card that's good enough to do everything. And I've got a motherboard that has two full PCI slots on it, but one's a 4X. So like even if I had two of the same graphics card, I still wouldn't be able to do it in any way that would make a suitable difference. I love the Crisis meme. And I used to overclock the shit. Like, I had an all-core overclock of 4.2 gigahertz on my 3600, but I eventually turned it off. Thank you, finally. I eventually reverted it to all defaults because it was just... I didn't want it to crap out on me. I was too worried about it dying. I feel like that did way too much damage. Is that really that 2 points of damage resistance? Am I suffering that badly not having DR? Damn. That sucks. No amount of shield absorption really makes up for that. That last 2% of damage reduction, I don't think it actually caps at 80. I think it just keeps going. I think it just claims to cap at 80. And that's with Rollo adding to my shield recharge. 4% of current hit points. Oh, per 5 seconds. Oh god. I really don't think I'm getting much of a benefit out of that. Alright, so where was that? Oh. Shit. No. I thought I kept him on. Where are you, Kilo? No. Wait. I think should be around here somewhere. Damn it. Oh, thank God. Whew, that could have taken forever. Holy crap. Holy moly. I really thought the absorption and shield capacity was going to help, but I think we're going to do better with this. Yeah, I really do. There's one station over here somewhere. It has my Lao Shu. And Ziggy. It's not those, it's up here somewhere. Archimedes. There's my mining Zeus. That's where I should be compiling stuff. Aha. Okay. Okay, so it's Carol Robinson. You've disappointed me for the last time. And you're legendary, but not legendary plus. I don't know, can non-specials get legendary plus? I can't remember. I don't think they can. Like, see how his pilot's legendary plus? His engineer is legendary plus. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Who's on here? Crit damage. So it does 20,900 DPS. Shit. Joseph Harris. $18,000. Ooh. Damn. Huh. See, there's just that max weapon heat, it doesn't do anything for me. I don't need him as a pilot. He's more of a first officer material, or a co-pilot, or a fleet ship captain. Guess I could replace Alana. Nah, I just can't. Sorry, Ziggy. That massive bonus is just too good. Alright. I did that completely wrong. 20,900. 19,000. See, and I wanted to bring Rollo along because I want all the I want all the specials on my ship. But it's just not gonna work. I can't justify it. I need as much damage as possible on that thing. Oh, did I start this one with the Lao Shu? I must have. I guess I did. Alright. Let's do this. Let's take them with us. Whoa, my brains. Oh, I could put both of those shuttles in fleet. With those two as the pilots. They won't do, he doesn't do his hit point loss if he's the captain, I think, right? Wow, this one's bone stock. Holy crap. Kaboom. Aha. How about one of each? Doesn't really need that. Might as well. I'd have to make another one. What am I missing here? Anything? I don't care about a loot filter. I guess it depends on the weapons I put on it. But I'm just gonna make it a repair ship. Oh, base is 20 anyway. I can't go higher than that. Okay, this one's still partly outfitted. But not very well. Oh, yeah, the railgun. I used it to get that, and that all together, all in one fell swoop, as it were. You know, just because I can, it would feel silly not to, even though it's silly to do it. I don't care. I don't know why I saved any of that. That was dumb. I don't want that. I don't want that. Or that. Or that. Everything I ever told you was a lie, except for that, and that, and that, and that. Okay, what are we still missing here? What system? Flux. Where is the flux? Oh yeah, chargers. So now the only difference should be the engines. Oh, and that. I know it's pointless to upgrade it, but it's just the principle of the thing, you know? Yeah, I don't care. What's he gonna do? Shoot me with a repair beam? Oh, wait. Helps if I don't do it backwards. Okay. Just any damage. Just dock when there's any damage. Because you'll pop right back. Auto launch. Yes. Auto launch is perfect. Auto dock. Don't collect loot. Alright. Perfect. What the fuck? How is that thing damaged? You can't switch ships if it's damaged. Did he get shot at here just now? Like a minute ago? What was that? What happened? We really need a persistent ship list for ship order. Alright, so that's really all I needed to move between stations. It was really just for fun that I set them up, but I'll use them. That one. Yeah, screw you, pirates. In fact, let's make them slightly different. Okay. Shift T. Ah, I keep forgetting that. I forgot those did that too. I guess I could have saved it, huh? Just get in there. Even though you're not big enough, or you're not small enough to fit. Be really funny if somebody made a mod where if you went through a gate in a Zeus, it just ripped the guns off the side and exploded. Like, just use your warp drive, you big bastard. Get out of here. Skates weren't made for you. Jesus. What's wrong with you? Well, now that we've saved, we can see how long it takes them to explode. Oh yeah, probably should go ahead and set them to repair since that's all they can say. That's all they can say. I didn't actually check their heat versus those repair beams either. They probably can't sustain those. Oh well. Putting heat sinks on them would be really painful, so... See, this is where the pew-pews really suck. Because early on, you do miss a lot, and it allows them to pile up on you a little bit. But if using beams doesn't prevent that, then in the long run, you are better off with the pew-pews rather than the beams. Rather than the beams of a neon moon. Dancing and out of the beams of a Vangi death ray. Boy, there's a Star Valor cover. Is that song just called Neon Moon? I always forget. Speaking of a broken beam, how about an ion beam in orange? Yeah, those repair ships are not getting punched out too much. Let's see what happens if I lead him over here into the fray. I mean, I know they'll just warp out, but... Well, there goes Ziggy. Prolo's doing alright. I mean, he's getting hit with a bunch of missiles, but... Oh, there he went. Oh, there they go. They call them fingers, but I never seen them fing. Oh, there they go. Can anybody name that quote? That's pretty obscure. I know the show, the character, the episode. I don't remember how far into the episode time-wise it is, but... And I don't remember the name of the episode, but I can tell you enough about the episode that if you've seen it, you'll probably go, oh. And honestly, I don't even know if that's the original time that got said. That could be like an old-ass joke, and I don't know. They call them fingers, but I've never seen them fing. Oh, there they go. The good old days. I should probably take control of that. I wonder what my shield recharge would be if I took all the orange chargers off of those two. Oh, and then engage space pilot bonus by taking them all out of the fleet. Alright, now let's try this. Let's see what happens if I fly out into the dead zone. We're at 2 FPS, and it's chopping hard. It's nasty. That's knee deep in some nasty muck shit. It's not going to make a big difference, but we're going to do it anyway. Right back to 2 or 3 FPS. Good lord. Is it staying at 3 longer than it was before? As it flips back and forth. Oh my god. It's so hard to look at. Just look away until I get to the dead zone and can stop again. A virtual gaze. They're still down there getting kills. There's no confirmation when you hit Shift H, so when it's lagging like this and you know that some of the commands are not going to get input, there's no way to know if they've actually got the command or not. Like, everything's got a lag to it, and sometimes things just flat out don't happen. Another great reason to have the stream box, the broadcasting and encoding being done on a separate system. It would have started lagging like this a lot sooner if the computer was also trying to do all the encoding work. So are none of them warping away? Well, there's more coming one way or the other. We're almost at 420, man. Whoa, there it is. Yeah, this is getting gross. Let's just find us a nice pirate system and fight them for a little while. Oh, it's so choppy. There we go. There. No, that's veggies. There. Now it's clicked on it. Oh, shit. All right. Perfect. There we go. Now we just wait for the pirates to kill all these bastards and we're good to go. Wow. I still think the icon for the loot filter looks like a Viewmaster. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it does. Yes, fuck up those miners. Get them. Alright, that's probably enough. Yep, they're gone. Alright, show me the orange pirate heat sinks. Start racking them up. There's nothing else I really need. That's about it, man. That's about all I need now. Cool. There we go. So now we do that thing that I talked about where you go and sit on a debris field. Shift H for the fleet until we get here. That way they don't kind of follow anything over. Although I kind of want to take that guy out, but whatever. See? They follow one enemy here, kill it, follow another enemy here and kill it. Jesus. Yes. What? See, now I can sustain. Oh, these are pirates though, they're not Vangy. Doesn't count, no comparison. They're using ultra lasers, not death rays. At least I'm assuming they're ultra lasers. I don't know. Could be anything. Could be anything. Oh shit. Somehow let that get shut off while I get Vulcan down to death. That's not good. Ooh, Mark III. Hello. Do want. And they get slightly closer and slightly closer to the station until I shift H and tell them to get the hell over here, damn it. Alright. Not bad, not bad. Another relic. Come on. At least I don't take up any space. Nice. So 1319.4. So it went up by 4.5. Or something like that, right? Oh yeah, because of all the bonuses. Oh. That orange spotlight, yo. It's huge. All right. There we go. Not bad, not bad. And this is how you take care of the repair ships. Make sure you get all your loot, because they won't necessarily come back around to repair new hunter fleets that come in. Sometimes they just keep flying around. So it's really like the only way to kill them is to wait for them to stop, and this is pretty much the best way to do it in my opinion. Because they'll inevitably come by and hang out on one of these, at which point you just shoot them. They won't stop if you're sitting there, but they'll usually linger. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? I hope the cranberries don't sue me. Uh-oh. Nah, they wouldn't. Would they? Uh-oh. I hope not. Oh, I hope not. Though it would be funny. Pretty silly, too. Ancient relic detected. I don't care. It's gone. The pirate. It's going right for that pirate station. They can have it. Oh yeah, I'm back to not needing any of this stuff. Because I equipped that shield charger. One of the benefits to not playing hardcore. Being able to equip in space. He always said he was going to get rid of that, but when the time came, he decided to let the normal gameplay retain the ability. But initially it was slated to be gone from the entire game, being able to change equipment and weapons in space. It was only ever in early access for allowing us to get through testing stuff that much quicker. It was one of those kind of easy mode things. But people were going to get mad. And there's a reason you have different difficulty levels, and it's so you can let people have a challenge if they want it, or bypass it if they don't. But I always said I was going to miss it, but it made sense. Although I think at first I was kind of annoyed when he said he was going to get rid of it, but that was years ago. Now, in hindsight, it's like, nah, it makes more sense not to be able to change equipment in space. That you would need to go to a station for that, but we got a compromise. I think it's a fair one. Although I would not mind if even normal prohibited it and you just had to be on easy mode for it, because it feels like an easy mode thing. And I don't like the idea of it having a long list of difficulty options the way like Surviving Mars does. Oh, it's a cat. Hi, cat. I hear you, I'm coming. You don't have to keep meowing. I mean, I don't mind. You can do whatever you want, but... Come on, buddy. I know it's chilly. I know. Trust me, I am aware of the temperature beyond these walls. Why not close the door, bro? Or sis. Everybody say hi, kitty. This is not the kitty that's usually here to hang out. Oh, I know you hate being held, but your toes are cold, so I'm just trying to warm you up. You're okay, bud. See you later. You're welcome. All right. Even on the spectrum of cats, she's very independent. She does not like to be picked up and held, although sometimes she does. She gets affectionate now and then. But for the most part, if you're not brushing her, she's not having it. So when I say independent, not totally feral, but sometimes she is. Like, she definitely hunts, you know. She likes to be outside quite a bit. Temperature permitting, which it's not going to be for a while. Like, even when it's cold and she doesn't want to go outside, she gets pissed off being stuck inside. She gets anxious and irritated. I don't blame her. Even with all the video games and shit like that and technology, I still like to get outside. It's why I... one of many reasons that I was suffering in my old job, because it was working from home, which I don't do anymore. Not only does my job require me to leave the house, so I get a nice half-hour car ride to work and home again. 20 to 30 minutes. It's not bad. I'm not driving the Buick anymore. The Buick finally, well, it's not dead, but let's just say if I drive it anymore, it's probably going to throw a rod or blow a seal or something. It's got a rattle under the headers, under the heads, but it got, give or take, about 20 miles to the gallon. But now the car I'm driving is an old Mini Cooper, so it gets almost 40 miles to the gallon. So it's basically double the gas mileage. And it's, you know, a significantly quicker car, although most of the driving that I do is straight lines. Well, the roads aren't straight lines, but single roads without a lot of stoplights. So there's really not a lot of stop and go. So once you're up to speed, it's not saving me a lot of time just because it's a better accelerating car. But it's surprisingly fun to drive. I admit I probably look a little silly driving around in a Mini Cooper, but I don't really give a shit. I like it. And I'm happy to have a car that runs, so even if I didn't like it, I would like it. Running car is preferable to no car, so, you know, it is what it is. But my job also lets me get outside once in a while I'm working. So I get a lot more fresh air than I used to, and that is what I needed. That is what I needed in a job. I could theoretically have done my old job outside working from home, but it gets noisy around here. It just didn't work out. Yes, it's front wheel drive, and it's the one wheel dominant front wheel drive, so. But yeah, Mini Coopers are almost exclusively front wheel drive, I think. Although they probably have some all wheel drive models out there. I don't know that any of them are rear wheel drive. I'd be surprised if very many of them were. I'm sure they've done it here and there, but I mean, it's nimble as hell. It's got good acceleration. You know, the first time I drove it was actually a long time ago. It was a friend of mine's car. She has a new car now. But I was worried about, you know, there being enough room for me to drive it comfortably, but no, it's fine. I fit just fine in that car. It's a two-door, four-seater. The only problem I have is other people's ability to see me. But again, it's nimble and has decent acceleration, so I've already, in the last week that I've, not even a week that I've been driving it, no, it's been about a week. Actually almost been run off the road a couple times by people who didn't see me, although that'll happen no matter what anyway, because there's so many people out there that just don't look. They're just so fucking oblivious. But I was able to just kind of zoop, 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 just get the fuck out the way. But yeah, it's a zippy little thing. I'm not used to small cars. I learned to drive on a conversion van. And my first car was a 94 Thunderbird. I did drive a 240SX for a little while. It's a good bit bigger than the Mini Cooper, but significantly smaller. And it was similar to the Mini Cooper in that it was fast acceleration. It was one of the bigger engines, I think a 2.2 or 2.4 liter, where there was a 1.8 liter option. So, and it has the really tight suspension like the Mini Cooper does, so it's like very responsive to steering. Whereas the Thunderbird and the Buick and the conversion van were not, especially the van was not nimble. But no, the Mini Cooper and the 240, super nimble vehicles. Very fun to drive. Pretty much anywhere. Although cars with tight suspensions tend to also be very low to the ground, so you do have to be careful. When I say anywhere, I mean anywhere flat. You don't want to go off-roading in either car. You put a lift kit on them, that tight suspension turns into a real nice thing, though. As long as you don't bounce off any rocks too hard, but you can make your way across some dirt. But you'd probably still want to soften it up a little bit. Pirates warping in with their collision, their ramming weapons. This fleet's not going to last very long. Yeah, they're pretty much down to, there goes 3, 2, and 1. The Dreadnought's all that's left. Are they bumping it? A little bit. Not much. Come on, guys, bring it over here. I really don't want to upgrade their engines. They're using regular impulse, shuttle yacht-sized impulse drives. No, those are, what do you call it? Lao shoes. I actually haven't found an Ezeco yet. Should probably go find one, but I haven't yet. I guess I could put a little bit of time into that. I don't work tomorrow. I do want to find that ship. I am really interested in it. If I find one, I'll do a fresh start on it next time. Now that the pirate fleets are a decent size, I don't really have to do a lot of offline reputation boosting with them. I probably will just to get them a little bit bigger. But they seem to be big enough for now. Alright. Oh, you want some? Oh, no. Whoa. This guy's just gonna take himself out, blasting me in the side like that. Hilarious. Oh, it's a mule. Don't want. Damn, of course it's a nebula. So finding the stations is gonna be a pain. Let's see. Oh, Izuko. The only official ship I don't have yet. I think the Garaki's still buried in the code. If you're a code diver, you can probably get one. What? Really? What idiot marauders thought that would be a good idea? Can't they at least be Gold Star? Like, drop something helpful, damn it. You owe it to me. I'm quite entitled. Thank you all. Haven't played much since the update, but a fleet of Star Destroyers seems like a thing I need to... It sounds fun. Although it is apparently very seriously fleet-based, so I don't know how well it'll work as an escort. Or I should say carrier-based. But... there we go. Yeah, get out of here, you dum-dums. Damn. Wow, good arc. A bond. Fun. I always feel like the bond should be able to drop a shuttle or two. But I don't think it's a carrier at all. No! What the actual fuck? Why? Hate that shit. Alright. Okay. I'm okay. Why? That station is no threat to you. A Marco and a Beetle. Ooh. And a Valor too. It's a lot of boats. Oh, there's the Wait, is that the Marco? Or is it up here? That's the Beetle. Yeah, if that's a Valor, then that's a Beetle. Alright, easy go. Where are you? Show yourself, Isako. Oh! When did I get Weaver's song? What the hoop? Got a pilot. Weaver song. A specialized market in sight. Shouldn't that be capped at tier 1 and just automatically learn something else and not be allowed to specialize? It's like, no, I'm really good at it. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't matter. It's pointless to be good at. Oh my. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Oh god. He's just never gonna have that work distance then. Oh, 10% and +1. Okay. Non-large weapons. Large weapons go down, but not as a navigator. No, I don't think it's worth putting him in charge of his own ship. Doesn't seem like it would make much difference. Can you blow me where the Pampers is? What? Can you show me where the campus is? Another obscure movie nobody's seen. Or if you have seen it, you would have to actually re-watch it to remember it. But it's a neat little movie from 1994 called PCU. Port Chester University, I assure you it has nothing to do with political correctness except for, well, the entire movie. Ooh. Specialized mining speed. Jack Black. In fact, we're gonna carry you around until we get back over there. Oh, that is some good tobacco. Yeah, apparently people are getting annoyed at how rare the Ezekiel is. I'm just like, what? Is he not allowed to make anything rare or difficult? Like, come on. Come on, Shelly. I mean, come on. Good enough. Nah. I just don't want to check every mining station. It's a rare enough ship. And I'm mostly going to stick to checking actual independent stations. No control, but there is a population. And a distress signal, which looks like it could be an escape pod or a small ship. Yeah. Ron Brown. Wow. Burbles. Damn. Wow. Another specialized market insight. Assholes. Why? That one does not have a people in it. I should have just picked this one up while I was closer to it. Oh well. No big deal. Susan Rogers, diversified pilot. Okay. Can't hate that. Distress signal, drone parts. Distress signal. It is a station. Let's go there first. It looks so tiny now. Okay. I got a good feeling here. Okay, so it doesn't matter which one I go to first. So if that's an escape pod, that's a ship. So I can just skip the other one. More marauders. More doofuses. Cliff Strauss. Yeah. Don't care. Your fault. You should have seen the Marauder and left. Or moved or something. Alright. Let's hope it's at this last one. Only way I'm picking up that Ardonian component is incidentally, which looks like it... Nope, not gonna happen. Give up, Red Skull. In the off chance that you catch up to me, you're gonna die anyway. Damn. Alright, civilian. Come on, come on, come on. Wow, it did get chilly. I'm gonna have to wash that old comforter. No. No. Gross. Large. Very low population, so maybe just the one, despite how big the system is. Oh, we've got a mining station as well. Hopefully they have the location of the Independent. Thank you. Oh, and... Okay. Everybody showed up today. Oh yeah. Alright. Damn. I don't know what I expect to find, but I should know that there's just not going to be anything cool left to buy. But I keep checking for some reason. Specialized turn speed, and not even very good at it. Although for a ship with 2 spinal mounts, you could pick up worse pilots for sure. I mean, you know, a percent bonus and then a massive percent loss. You're not gonna get a whole lot out of a crew bonus, but it's something, I guess. I don't know. I wonder if it's even a noticeable difference, if you can even tell. Wow. So basically everybody worth a damn went to one of the other stations. Shit. Well. Let's just generate some whole new systems. Wow, what if that's an Ezeco? How funny would that be? Oh, it's a shark. Never mind. It's not even a cruiser. Oh. Really tempted to fit out a sanctuary. They're quite brutal. Very, very brutal. Yeah. Again, I really don't want to check Syndicate or Proxima stations unless it's like really convenient. But I'm not going to go hunting them down. The ship's rare enough without checking stations that probably don't have it. Wow. Very low population, so we might have a station here. Nope, no station. Just some dumb marauders. Ah, it's a Pfizer. Do not collect. Gee, I wonder how that escape pod ended up there. Wow. Awkward lameness. Weaver Song evolved. Yeah. Wow. Don't care about that. Holy crap, how far? Debris field. Nothing worth looking at. Unfortunate. Unfucking fortunate. But we got this. Oof. What do I look like? A shuttle? Come on. Good enough. Gripe. Gripe. Give boat. Give boat now. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of systems with low population and no control out here. That doesn't mean there's not a station. Just you get this far out and really none of the systems have much control. Especially the nebulas. Or so it seems. Of course, sometimes an empty system's just an empty system. Wow. So much junk. Again with the very low population. Okay, okay. Not bad, not bad. Keep moving, keep moving. Alright, let's see here. Wow, control. Interesting. I guess it's still within the range, but it makes some sense. Still strange. 10 heads. My friends. Too bad they don't sell boats. Who cares? Syndicate, huh? Syndicate. What do you know? Are they not though? Or what? There we go. Oh well. Good grief. I should have checked that syndicate station for their list to see if there were any independents. Oops. In fact, not getting very much out of those last couple. I think I got 2 speed out of the last 2. Oh well. Better than nothing, I suppose. All those boosters, and I'm only getting an extra 10. Fleet ship energy generation. Funny. Not crazy helpful, but funny. Escape pod. Yeah, but not a good one. Damn. Fine. Okay. Welcome, everybody. We're looking for that new boat called the Iziko, or Iziko, depending on where you want to drop that accent. I don't care. Suit yourself on the easily. Gonna check a couple more. Independent. Now we're talking. Show me potato salad. What shuttle is this? Oh, it is an escape pod. Tark Navies. Nope. Shit. Nah. Two escape pods. Well, that's neat. Just go away. There you go. Hopefully that'll be the one. Hopefully that'll be the one. Oh man. I really hope so. Whoops. Don't look away. Nice. Hot damn. Like, I want to stop looking for it, but I also want to find it really bad. I just can't stop. Ooh, wow. Digging that colorization. Look at it. That's a neat little gas cloud. Shit. Ooh. Okay. Okay. We'll keep looking. I won't give up yet. Damn, looked away again. Thought I had more time, but there was time now. Wait, have I been here before? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a new system. Why they got all them blues? Just a coincidence? Interesting coincidence. And yet I don't care. You're welcome. Oops. Shit. Okay. Gonna skip the escape pods for now. The odds seem right for it, but it's just not happening. How many stations do I have to visit here? Like, what's the actual percentage? I know it doesn't work out that way with odds, technically, but I mean, it could narrow it down a little. Just help with expectations. And sanity. Ah! They have 2 haulers and nothing else. Why? What is that? Ah! Come on, come on. You can do it. Give me the Ezekiel. Stuff and stuff. Dámelo, Ezekiel, por favor. Look at all those missiles. Missing missiles. Now they've gone missing. What? Why is it so crowded? Are those yeah, they're knights, of course. Oh, that gate is way in the corner. some reason I feel like I need to use that gate. Well, they do have an Asilo. Damn. All the way in the opposite direction. Okay, we're already selected. Come on, come on, come on. No. Why? Why do you hate me? And since it's the last system in the chain, it's got a high chance of being a very small system, which means I'll know really fast. There's nothing here. Platinum, scrap metal, fast, gray ore, thruster, debris field. Wow, I got the repair guardian anyway. Yeah, there's nothing there. Come on, come on, come on. I want to slap all this orange gear on my Aziko, but I don't have one. Gotta have one. To see one. Gotta find one. Oh god. And it's a nebula? That's where they would hide it. Right? Wow. It's down to 52 Fahrenheit. Nice. No wonder my toes are getting cold. Whoops. Don't go off the map. That's just wasting time. God, there's no way I'm doing a medium nebula. I'm not fully scanning this place. I'll spin around a little bit and see if I find anything, but with no guarantee that there's even a station here, it feels bad. Next. Oh, that's rare. Okay, okay. Well, there you go. I just went all kinds of not right. Low population, not very low, but just regular low. Let's see what this has to offer. Might as well. It's over 1,000 rep. I mean, it's a drop in the bucket, but it's not going to affect whether or not I have a place to find hunter fleets, because they won't spawn here anyway. Not in full force anyway. And just in case it's a tiny system that we insta-scan, we'll go ahead and use the gate. Although if there's a Ravager there, it's usually enough time for the warp drive to recharge anyway, but just for the hell of it. Come on. Medium, no control, low population, very low. Very disappointing. But we'll take a wide sweep, again, just in case. Don't care about Marauders. Pfizer again? Wow. Popular ship to lose. Yikes. It's like the second or third one I've seen in a fairly short amount of time. Is there a high chance of Pfizers? I don't even care about Ravagers anymore. Not gonna risk an asteroid rush, it's just more of a waste of time. Who the fuck just fired missiles at me?